Good evening, my dear. Tonight, we travel somewhere familiar yet hidden between memory and dream. Beyond the castle walls and the glimmer of the Great Lake, there lies a small village sleeping beneath a quilt of snow. The lamps of Hogsmeade shimmer faintly in the distance, each one glowing like a heartbeat in the dark. Cobblestone paths wind between crooked rooftops, and smoke drifts lazily from chimneys that smell of cinnamon and butterbeer. It is the only all-wizarding village in Britain, and tonight, its lights burn just a little brighter than usual. Perhaps it's because an old friend still tends them. A woman whose hands remember every lantern, every spell, and every story whispered beneath their glow. Her name is Edda Lume. The villagers call her the Lantern Keeper. They say that when snow falls heavy and the night grows uncertain, it is her light that finds those who wander too far. You may not have seen her in the books or films, but she has always been there, standing just outside the glow of your imagination. Tonight, she will guide us home. We will start, as always, by breathing together. Before we begin, let your body settle. Let your shoulders fall away from the day. Take a slow breath in and gently let it go. Again, breathe in softly, letting the air warm your chest. And exhale, releasing anything you don't need to carry anymore. Feel the weight leave your face, your jaw, your hands, your whole body softening, like snow finding its place on quiet roofs. Now, picture a single lantern glowing in the distance, warm, steady, waiting for you. With each breath, imagine yourself walking toward that gentle light. Inhale and exhale, matching the slow fall of snow around you. There is nothing you must do, nowhere you must be. Just breathe and let the light guide you. And when you're ready, we'll begin our story. The village was already half asleep when Edda Lume unlatched her door. The bell above the frame chimed so faintly it sounded like a memory of music rather than music itself. Snow feathered down in patient silence, resting on the thatch and the crooked sign that read in paint the colour of old honey, Lume and Company. Lanterns for the way. Inside, the shop breathed warm and slow. A dozen lanterns hung from beams like patient moons, glass bellies polished to a soft milk glow, copper frames rubbed to a grin. A kettle hummed on the small iron stove. The room smelled of beeswax, pine soap, and something like new parchment. Clean, simple, steady. Edda moved with the kind of care that makes no sound. She was not tall and not young, and not in any great hurry. Thick woolen socks made her footsteps cloud soft. Her hands were small and clever, the skin crisscrossed with silvery lines like tributaries of light. In the quiet, you could almost hear the way her fingertips remembered every hinge and wick and wheel. On the work table, she had set out her evening constellations. A jar of soot rose wax, a tin of tiny screws, a cloth embroidered with curling vines, and the teacup gone thin at the rim. Beside these lay 3 lanterns awaiting attention, one with a stubborn hinge, one with clouded glass, and one that would not quite keep its flame. "Come now," she murmured, voice barely above the kettle's breath. "We'll have you right." She began with the hinge. A drop of oil, a patient turn of the wrist. The hinge sighed and yielded, settling into itself as if it had been holding its breath all winter. The clouded glass she polished with circular motions, a lullaby in her hands. Between each stroke, she whispered a word whose meaning had been worn smooth with use. Some mixture of steady and safe and home. The glass brightened as if her palm were a dawn. The third, stubborn flame, she held close, letting her breath warm the metal. "It's all right," she said. "You may burn as you like." Small and sure, she adjusted the wick, but the flame still hesitated, wavering between here and not here. Edda cupped her hand around it, making a little harbour. The light steadied. The light steadied. She smiled, the kind of smile you make when you see a child calm under a blanket. There. Hogsmeade outside made its winter sounds. The faint scrape of a shovel, a door bolt sliding home, laughter folding itself into the walls of the 3 broomsticks. Now and then the wind carried a chorus of owls, brief and silver. The village trusted its dark. It had been taught to glow. Edda tied on her wool cloak and lifted her staff from its hook by the door. The staff was old birch, the colour of bone milk, and its head bore a lantern cradled in a 3-fingered brace. She had made the brace herself long ago, when the old one cracked in a hard frost. The night she finished it, the snow took on a kind of listening quiet, as if approving. "Time to walk," she told the lights. One by one, she drew her palm beneath the hanging lanterns. Each answered with a breath brightening, as if woken from a soft nap. The room filled with small, agreeable glows. No brag or blaze, only willing warmth. She opened the door. Snow met her like a hush-laden curtain, parting around the lantern's amber. Edda stepped into the lane, the staff's ferrule finding cobblestone with the sound of a gentle tap, tap, tap. Her route was older than habit. She made a path through the heart of the village, pausing beneath eaves to brush snow from lamps, breathing warmth into chilled chimneys of glass, tightening a finial here, straightening a forked bracket there. The lanterns loved to be seen to. It made their light kinder. At the first corner, where a short wall held the snow like a white braid, the post owl roost lantern flickered twice. Edda tilted her head, listening. Flickers had meanings if you learned their grammar. Once for wind, twice for watchfulness, thrice for worry. Twice tonight then, eyes open, but no harm in the lane. "Thank you," she said, as if to a neighbour. "Keep on." She walked past Honeydukes, where even asleep the glass windows seemed sugared from within. The lantern over the door wore a garland of frost, like lace on lace. Edda raised her staff, and the light answered, settling its glow into the threshold, a promise for tomorrow's feet. The snow deepened in the alley beside the old stationery shop. Edda turned there, to where 3 narrow houses huddled like hands around a candle. The middle house had a lantern that never learned patience. It always hurried into brightness and burned itself wind-tired. She set her palm just below the glass and whispered the word that means less is more and dawn can be gentle. The lantern softened. She worked like this, slowly, kindly, like a mother tucking in 12 children one by one. By the time she reached the square, the snow had stitched the village to the night with 1,000 silent threads. The square's central lantern, older than the rest, iron-boned and steady-souled, lifted its glow at her approach. "Old friend," she said, resting her hand upon it. The iron carried a memory of summer warmth, as some things do when they have held it long enough. She stood there a while, breathing with the light, letting it find her rhythm and she its. Across the square, in a window curtained with crocheted stars, a shape moved. A child, perhaps, held up by a pair of arms for one last look at the snow. Edda's smile tilted toward the window, and for a moment the square looked as if it had remembered a story it loved very much. Then, a tremor ran through the light. It was nothing and not nothing. A flicker too quick for ordinary wind. A feeling like a note sung just outside the scale. Edda lifted her staff a finger's width. The central lantern steadied, but the feeling, the remains, like the faintest echo. She said, in the way of someone who knows what weather feels like before the sky decides to show it. She stood very still, and the village stood still with her. The hanging signboards, the frosted panes, the stray cat creeping from under the butterbeer barrels. Everything made a circle around the question in the air. Far off, beyond the lilt of rooftops, the ink-dark heave of the forest moved. A shadow within which all other shadows learned their turn. The edge of those trees carried old magic, deeper than any shop light. When Edda looked that way, the feeling sharpened. Not like fear, but like attention called from far. Twice again the lantern trembled. Watchfulness. Stay awake. All right, Edda said softly. I will. She resumed her rounds, but her path curved toward the north end of the village where the lanes lean nearer the tree line. The houses there were closer together, roof lines stooping into a single winter hood, frost wove between wrought iron garden gates. A sleigh bell hung on a nail, still and silver. At the last cottage, whose ivy wore icicles like glass ribbons, a lantern hung over the gate that had been her favourite when she was new to the work. Its glass was bevelled in soft diamonds, and when snow fell, you could see the flakes catch and blur, like rain on a painter's brush. Edda polished one diamond with the edge of her scarf. The lantern brightened, showing her face curved in amber. Eyes kind, mouth soft, hair tucked beneath the brim of her wool cap. Good, she whispered. You look well. Past the gate, the lane thinned to a path ribboning toward the trees. Edda stood at its mouth and listened. Snow. Falling. Owls speaking little syllables to one another. The distant, steady heart of the castle. Felt more than heard. And under all that, a thinner thread, like the shine on the edge of a blade of grass at nightfall. A thread that tugged not at her ear, but at the lantern in her hand, as if saying, over here. She raised the staff. The lantern atop it answered not with brightness, but with a deepening. The way a candle grows more itself when cupped by hands. I know, Edda told it. We'll go when it's time. She turned back toward the square. stopped again by the off-kilter flutter of a light at the corner where the road bent down to the little bridge. That lamp was well made and seldom misbehaved. Tonight it blinked. Once. Twice. Thrice. Worry Edda's hand rose before her thought did. She drew near. The lamp's glass clouded, as if a whisper had blown across it from within. "Hush," she said, voice as thin as the seam of night between two snowflakes. "I hear you." She touched the finial. A tiny resonance vibrated up her palm. Not unpleasant, no more alarming than the way a teacup hums when set upon a tabletop at just the right weight. But the resonance did not belong to the village. It belonged to the edge beyond it, where paths fork into the old woods, and the air memorizes names of travellers. Her mind unrolled old nights like maps. She remembered lanterns knowing, long before people did, when someone had wandered too far. She remembered feet she had guided, quick and small, slow and old, brave and shaking. She remembered a boy who had said, "I can find my way," and a snow that answered, "Then let me show you how to see." "Not yet," she said, more to herself than the light. "Wait a breath longer." She finished the lane. She finished the square. She finished even the little alley by the cooper's yard, where the lantern liked to collect damp and sulk. By the time she closed her palm over the shop latch again, the feeling had become a certainty. The night had set out a question, and someone was walking toward the answer. Inside, the kettle had carried on with its business. She poured tea into the thin-rimmed cup, added a slice of peel from a lemon she had held to the window earlier to let the sun remember it, and sat. The chair creaked with a gratitude like old wood at peace with the person who sits in it. Lanterns inside the shop dimmed themselves to a bedtime hum. Edda drank, and with the second sip the light over the door flickered twice. Watchfulness. Then 3 times. Worry. Then steadied in a halo that pressed outward as if listening. She set down the cup. She rose. She lifted the staff. Snow answered with a hush that felt like a door opened in the right direction. "Come," she said. And all the lanterns in the shop stirred, their faint glows leaning toward her as flowers lean toward the late afternoon. She stepped back into the village. Night had grown a shade deeper, as if tucked further beneath the quilt. The air had the taste it sometimes gets just before a snow decides to turn from polite to determined. She moved toward the northern path, the staff tapping the cobbles with a little metronome of assurance. At the last lantern before the trees, she paused. The glass made a small sound, ting, like a bell somewhere else in the world had rung, and this lantern remembered the echo. The path beyond was a pale ribbon in the drift, leading into a greyness that kept its own counsel. The lantern on her staff deepened again, the amber settling into something like a hearth at the moment when the house goes quiet. "All right," she said. "Show me." She lifted the staff a handspan. 20 paces ahead, a pair of lamps along the tree line brightened. In answering sequence, left, then right, like eyes opening without fear. Edda took a step. The lamps along the way woke in a soft thread of guidance, each glow touching the next, like lanterns playing a gentle game of catch the light. Past the last gate, the world shifted. Village sounds thinned, as if the night were drawing a curtain. Forest sounds rose, not louder, but closer. Snow on boughs, the slow, thoughtful groan of a tree remembering the weight of winter. Beneath these, a music almost too wide to hear, as if the earth itself hummed a long, uncomplicated note meant for sleepers. Edda's breath gathered in little clouds and drifted backward. She did not hurry, and she did not dawdle. The path taught its own pace. The first turn revealed a hedge whose branches arched inward to make a small nave. Her staff lantern painted the inside of this tunnel in steady amber. Halfway through, the wind woke, slipped its hands through the hedge, and set the snow dust dancing in the light like tiny moths. Edda smiled at the moths. "All right then," she said, approving of the night's theatre. When the path opened again, the forest's edge stood clear, a line of trunks dark as ink strokes on parchment, each holding up a small cathedral of snow. The lamps along the boundary glowed like chapels guarding a border everyone understood without needing to speak it. Beyond, the deeper dark invited and forbade at once, as the old places do. And there, between the second and third tree, she saw it. A shape the size of a child paused, as if listening. Too still to be a fox, too small to be a stag. A scarf fluttered, then settled. A hand lifted and lowered, as if testing the weight of the night. The lamps nearest the shape trembled thrice. Worry. Edda stepped forward until the path gently notified her boots of the line, "People do not cross without respect." She raised her staff the width of a breath. The lantern's light reached outward without growing brighter, like kindness extending a hand without taking a step. "Hello," she said, voice soft, unstartling. "Are you cold?" The shape turned. A face, white with snow dust and eyes large as if they had been made for looking at stars, peered toward her. Edda saw the outline of a school cloak, the uneven line of a wand held too tight. The telltale glow of magic done a bit too long without rest, curling at the edges like candle smoke. The child did not speak, not yet. The forest hummed. The lamps held steady. Edda did not ask questions with too many words. She learned long ago that a night will answer if you keep yourself small enough to hear it. "Would you like to walk with me?" she asked, as if asking the snow to join a story. "I am going back to the village." It is warm there. The child's shoulders fell the smallest fraction, as if a string that had been pulled had been let go without anyone noticing. A nod, once, uncertain, then twice, as if to teach itself the motion. The hand with the wand lowered. Edda lifted the staff just a finger higher. The lamps along the path brightened in sequence, patient, inviting, not a corridor, but a companion. She did not move to the child, she stepped backward, slow, letting the night stretch like cloth between them without tearing. The child took a step after her, and another. The snow accepted their feet without complaint. As they walked, Edda's lantern told the other lanterns a story, in small, chimney-quiet language. Once for, "Here we are." Twice for, "All is well." Thrice for, "Keep watching." The lamps answered with warmth, with steadiness, with the kind of silence that makes a place feel like itself. The edge of the forest released its hold, the way a hand releases another hand it is certain of finding again. The village came forward out of its own glow. Roofs rose. Windows made their invented constellations. The bridge arched like a sleeping cat. Edda did not look fully at the child yet. The night had not finished its gentle. The heart works best when given soft time. "How bright these look, don't they?" she said, almost to the lamps. "They like to be thanked." The child made a small sound that might have been a laugh if it had remembered how to lift. "Thank you," the child whispered, to the lamps, to the night, to the woman with the lantern. The first gate took back the snow from their boots. They stepped into the village's held warmth as if stepping under a shawl a grandmother had put out on purpose. Edda's staff lowered the smallest degree. The lamps at the lane's mouth did what lamps do when they are relieved. They shone without needing to prove it. "Come," Edda said. "We'll find the square." The child walked beside her now, close enough that Edda could feel a tremble working its way out through the quiet. The child's scarf wore the evidence of small, brave hands tying in a hurry. The cloak bore a dusting of forest's breath. "Snow will tell you a story if you learn to read it." Edda read, gently, and closed the book. At the square, the old iron-boned lantern lifted its glow like a greeting to an old friend who has come home without knocking. Edda set the base of her staff to the cobbles and stood with the child in the middle of the slow-falling light. She did not ask the child's name first. Names are important, but warmth is more urgent. "There is a bench over there," she said, nodding at a shadow-sculpted seat beneath the covered notice board, where, by day, posters announce things, and by night, snow made them true. "We can sit if you like." The child nodded again. They sat. The bench gave up a sigh that benches give up when they are asked to hold more than weight. Edda leaned her staff against her shoulder. The lantern atop it eased its glow to match a fireside. "Here," Edda said, lifting a wool muff from her pocket. Somehow there was always another pocket, and offering it. "Hands get quiet faster than minds. Warm them first." The child slid hands into the muff with a small involuntary sound of relief. Edda's eyes gentled further, which is to say they did what they were already doing. For a time measured only by the snow, they said nothing. The village made its soft town noises. A clock in a window remembered to mark a quarter. A kettle in a not-far kitchen changed its song from ready to waiting. Above, the sky was the colour of a closed eye. Then the child spoke. "I lost the others," they whispered. So quiet the word seemed woven of breath. "We were meant to meet by the bridge at 7. I went to look at the trees and the wind. It moved the snow and I thought I knew the way back." Edda listened the way light listens when it touches a window and agrees to be softer. "Of course," she said. "Sometimes the way looks like it remembers us. Sometimes we remember it instead." The child glanced up, surprised by the feeling of being understood, without explanation. "I didn't mean to go far." "No," Edda said. "You meant to see. That is different." The lanterns around the square kept their watch. Once, twice, never thrice now. The worry had, for the moment, left the air. "What is your name?" Edda asked at last, as gently as if asking the snow if it would mind falling a little longer. "Corin," said the child, barely louder than a moth. "Corin Ashwell." "Corin," Edda repeated, as if tucking the name beneath a quilt so it would not catch cold. "I am Edda. I keep the lights." "The lights?" Corin's eyes lifted, as if seeing the square new. How every lantern seemed not merely to burn, but to belong. Edda said. They like to be tended. They like to be asked to do what they are good at. Most things do. Corin nodded with the sincerity only cold and relief can make. The tremble had nearly worked its way out of their shoulders. Will you tell me, Edda said, which path called to you? The one along the hedge, or the one by the small stone wall that looks like a sleeping badger? Corin blinked. And then, despite the chill, despite the worry that still clung like the last snow to a sleeve, smiled. The hedge, they said. It looked like a nave, Edda supplied. Not to prove she knew the word, but because the night had thought it also. Yes, Corin whispered, relieved to be known again. Like that. Edda's gaze flicked once toward the path. The lamps there held steady, patient as good guardians. It is a beautiful path, she said. It asks for company sometimes. Tonight it asked for mine. And for yours. She stood, not because the moment was over, but because a moment can deepen by changing shape. Come, Corin Ashwell. We'll take you to the warmest lamp of all, and if you like, you can write a note for the friend who will come looking, because a friend always does. Corin stood. The bench let go of the shape their bodies had made. Edda lifted her staff. The lantern upon it found the colour that means almost home. As they crossed the square, Edda felt the night's earlier resonance humming softer now, like a far bell whose ringer has rested. The lamps kept their gentle grammar, once for here, twice for sea, and once again for sleep. The village, satisfied, allowed itself to fall a little further into its own dreaming. Inside the shop, the bell chimed its remembered music. Warmth met their faces with the kind of welcome that makes even empty rooms feel like old friends. Edda set the muff upon the stove rail, where it would learn dry again by morning. She poured what remained of the lemon tea into the thin-rimmed cup, added hot water, and set it before Corin. "Sip," she said. "Tea teaches the hands how to be still." Corin did as instructed. The tremor left entirely, like a bird choosing a nearer branch. From a drawer, Edda drew a small card embossed with a tiny lantern and a stub of pencil. Write, "Safe." With light, warmth assured. If your friend knows you, they will know the meaning of those words. Corin wrote, the pencil making the quiet scratch that is always, somehow, hopeful. Edda sealed the card with a spot of wax, pressed her signet, a lantern's outline, into it, and tied it with twine. "One of the night owls will take it," she said, stepping to the back where a little hatch gave onto the delivery perch. The owl that had been waiting there, not because it had been told to wait, but because the night often arranges what it needs, blinked once, gravely. Edda tied the card to its leg. "Thank you," she told it, as if paying in respect. The owl launched, and the snow made no sound at its passing. "You may sit here," Edda said to Corin, indicating a chair that had never allowed anyone to feel unwelcome. "When your friend comes, the bell will tell us. No one is lost for long in a village that remembers its own light." Corin's eyes had grown heavy in the way of eyes that have learned they can sleep. Edda set a small quilt, more a shawl than a blanket, around their shoulders. The shawl smelled of rosemary and old cedar. She moved about her shop in the half-light, returning tools to their places, knotting a length of wick, whispering thank yous to each lantern that had done its work tonight. The lanterns answered in their way, by being exactly what they were. Outside, the village exhaled. The square's clock noted another small turn of time. Somewhere at the edge of the forest, the old magic folded its hands again, satisfied that the balance had not been forgotten. Edda paused at the door and touched the frame as one touches a friend's shoulder. "Good night," she said to the lane, and the lane believed her. Behind her, the soft sound of breath became steadier. Corin asleep in the chair, tea cooling on the table, shawl rising and falling like a small tide, which she had leaned within reach. It glowed the colour of a promise kept. She let her fingers rest against its brace and felt, far away, the faintest shimmer of what tomorrow might ask. The night listened. The lamps kept watch. And the lantern keeper closed her eyes for a moment, not to sleep, but to remember, as all good keepers do, that light is not a task, it is a way of being. Outside, snow continued to write its quiet letter to the world, one flake at a time. The morning never truly dawned in Hogsmeade that day. It brightened, the way winter sometimes does, trading darkness for pearl. Mist hung low, softening every outline. Chimneys exhaled silver threads. The village seemed half awake, its dreams still clinging to the rooftops. In Edda Lume's shop, a candle sputtered, then caught. She had been up before the rest, of course. She always was. Lanterns liked consistency, and so did she. She poured water over tea leaves, the sound of it blending with the muffled heartbeat of snow outside. Across the street, a door banged open. 2 witches hurried out, laughing, scarves tangled in the wind. One carried a stack of parchment, the other a parcel tied in violet string. Edda smiled faintly, her fingers wrapping around her mug. Life, even small, ordinary life, was a kind of magic worth keeping alight. But as the laughter faded, the silence that followed felt off. The kind that listens too carefully. She felt it before she saw it, that subtle shift, like the air had turned to glass. Her hands froze above the tea. Every lantern in the shop gave a faint shimmer, one after the other, like ripples moving through a pond. Once, twice, then still. "Ah," Edda murmured, eyes narrowing. "Something's stirring." Outside she saw it, a faint flicker at the edge of the square, where the path toward the forest began. It wasn't a lamp this time, nor a spell. It was movement, hurried, uneven, unsure, a shadow stumbling through snow. She reached for her cloak. "Not yet light enough for a walk," she whispered. "But I suppose the light has chosen one for me." As she stepped outside, the snow met her like an old friend. It fell slower now, more deliberate, as if aware that every flake carried weight. Her staff lantern brightened the air around her, a gentle heartbeat of gold. Each cobblestone shone as she passed, faintly thawing beneath her presence. When she reached the edge of the forest path, she saw them. A small figure wrapped in a dark cloak, face pale beneath a tangle of hair. The child, Corinne Ashwell, from the night before. But this time something was wrong. Corinne's eyes were open but distant, unfocused, as though they were looking at something Edda could not see. A shimmer of blue danced faintly across their sleeve, and Edda's heart tightened. Magic. Wild, untethered, running on fear. "Corinne," she said softly, stepping forward. "Child, it's all right now." The air between them shimmered, bending light in quiet spirals. The snow beneath Corinne's boots had melted in a small circle, steam rising like sighs. "I didn't mean to." The words came out jagged, torn between guilt and exhaustion. Edda raised her hand, slow, open, steady. "Shh. Let the night breathe with you." Corinne's chest rose and fell too quickly. The wand in their hand glowed faintly violet, trembling. "I saw something in the trees," they whispered. "It called my name." Edda's lantern pulsed once in response, gold meeting violet in a brief shimmer of equilibrium. She knew that tone, not malice but memory. The forest beyond Hogsmeade carried fragments of old magic, the kind that called to sensitive hearts. Young wizards especially were like mirrors. They reflected what the land remembered. "Did it look like someone you knew?" Corinne nodded. "I think so. But it wasn't them. It was like it wore them." Edda's eyes softened. "Yes," she said. "The forest remembers faces that once were. It doesn't mean harm. It's simply lonely." The child's wand flickered again, the glow waning. "I tried to leave, but the snow turned me around." Edda reached her hand forward, palm up. "Then let the light walk with you now, one step at a time." The morning never truly dawned in Hogsmeade that day. It brightened, the way winter sometimes does, trading darkness for pearl. Mist hung low, softening every outline. Chimneys exhaled silver threads. The village seemed half awake, its dreams still clinging to the rooftops. In Edda Lume's shop, a candle sputtered, then caught. She had been up before the rest, of course. She always was. Lanterns liked consistency, and so did she. She poured water over tea leaves, the sound of it blending with the muffled heartbeat of snow outside. Across the street, a door banged open. 2 witches hurried out, laughing, scarves tangled in the wind. One carried a stack of parchment, the other a parcel tied in violet string. Edda smiled faintly, her fingers wrapping around her mug. Life, even small, ordinary life, was a kind of magic worth keeping alight. But as the laughter faded, the silence that followed felt off, the kind that listens too carefully. She felt it before she saw it, that subtle shift, like the air had turned to glass. Her hands froze above the tea. Every lantern in the shop gave a faint shimmer, one after the other, like ripples moving through a pond. Once, twice, then still. Ah, Edda murmured, eyes narrowing. Something stirring. Outside, she saw it. A faint flicker at the edge of the square, where the path toward the forest began. It wasn't a lamp this time, nor a spell. It was movement, hurried, uneven, unsure. A shadow stumbling through snow. She reached for her cloak. "Not yet light enough for a walk," she whispered. "But I suppose the light has chosen one for me." As she stepped outside, the snow met her like an old friend. It fell slower now, more deliberate, as if aware that every flake carried weight. Her staff lantern brightened the air around her, a gentle heartbeat of gold. Each cobblestone shone as she passed, faintly thawing beneath her presence. When she reached the edge of the forest path, she saw them. A small figure, wrapped in a dark cloak, face pale beneath a tangle of hair. The child, Corin Ashwell, from the night before. But this time, something was wrong. Corin's eyes were open, but distant, unfocused, as though they were looking at something Edda could not see. A shimmer of blue danced faintly across their sleeve, and Edda's heart tightened. Magic. Wild, untethered, running on fear. "Corin," she said softly, stepping forward. "Child, it's all right now." The air between them shimmered, bending light in quiet spirals. The snow beneath Corin's boots had melted in a small circle, steam rising like sighs. "I didn't mean to." The words came out jagged, torn between guilt and exhaustion. Edda raised her hand, slow, open, steady. "Shh. Let the night breathe with you." Corin's chest rose and fell too quickly. The wand in their hand glowed faintly violet, trembling. "I saw something in the trees," they whispered. "It called my name." Edda's lantern pulsed once in response, gold meeting violet in a brief shimmer of equilibrium. She knew that tone, Not malice, but memory. The forest beyond Hogsmeade carried fragments of old magic, the kind that called to sensitive hearts. Young wizards, especially, were like mirrors. They reflected what the land remembered. Did it look like someone you knew? Corin nodded. I think so. But it wasn't them. It was like it wore them. Edda's eyes softened. Yes, she said. The forest remembers faces that once were. It doesn't mean harm. It's simply lonely. The child's wand flickered again, the glow waning. I tried to leave, but the snow turned me around. Edda reached her hand forward, palm up. Then let the light walk with you now. One step at a time. Corin hesitated. Their breath came out in a small white cloud. Then trust. A trembling hand met hers. The moment contact was made, Edda's lantern flared softly, and the snow around them sighed, as if relieved to witness reunion. Good, she whispered. You're safe again. Then another. The lantern's glow followed, spilling a warm trail along the frozen path. Edda murmured small words, half spells, half lullabies, the kind used to settle skittish magic, not tame it. Easy now. The night only means to show you what you carry. Her voice flowed like the hush between waves. Corin glanced up. Does it call to everyone? Only those who listen too deeply, Edda smiled. That's not a curse, child. It's a gift. But gifts like that must be learned slowly. The snow deepened. Ahead, faint lanterns blinked in rhythm, leading them back toward the square. As they walked, Corin's magic softened, the blue glow dissolving into faint sparks that drifted like fireflies. Each spark that touched the snow melted a perfect circle. And in those circles, tiny sprouts of green appeared. Spring's early promise, blooming in winter's hand. Edda paused, watching. Ah, she whispered. There's your heart's magic. Not lost, only frightened. She touched one sprout gently with a gloved finger. The tiny leaf glowed once, then faded back into sleep. Does everyone have that? Corin asked. Yes, Edda said. But most forget how to listen to it. You haven't. And that's why the forest called you. By the time they reached the first gate, the snow had thinned to dust. The village looked brighter now, not from the lamps, but from the air itself. Something had shifted, as if the lanterns were humming beneath their glass, a shared relief rippling through metal and flame. Edda guided Corin to the bridge. The sound of the river beneath was slow, thick, half frozen. You see, she said softly, you've walked out of the forest before it ever meant to keep you. That's how courage works. Quiet, unnoticed, until it's already done. Corin smiled faintly, a hint of warmth returning to their cheeks. I thought I was lost again. You were, Edda said, but only far enough for the light to find you. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the reflection of the lantern ripple in the ice below. Corin's shoulders eased, the wild magic settling back into the heart that had birthed it. Edda could feel it. A gentle rhythm syncing with her own breath. She closed her eyes, whispering a final word, one that meant rest and remember. When she opened them, Corin was watching her. Are you really a witch? They asked, in the half-dreaming way children ask impossible things. Edda smiled faintly. Once, perhaps. But these days, I simply keep the light steady. That's magic enough. She handed them her small lantern, the one she carried for smaller journeys. Take this, she said. It remembers you now. When you walk again, whether in forest or fog, it will know the way. Corin's fingers curled around the handle. The light glowed softer, warmer, as if recognizing a friend. Will it ever go out? Only if you forget what it's for, Edda whispered. And even then, the flame waits. The village bell rang once, echoing down the lanes. Shops began to open. Brooms brushed snow from thresholds. Edda turned back toward her shop, her steps slow, content. Behind her, Corin's lantern glowed against the morning mist. A golden echo, walking home. Somewhere near the edge of the forest, a small lantern flickered. Corin's. It glowed suddenly brighter, as if stirred by an unseen heartbeat. In a dormitory window at Hogwarts, that same golden shimmer touched the glass. Corin stirred in their sleep and smiled. hand curled around the little lantern that had never gone out. Back in the square, the glow began to settle. The lights dimmed, not fading, resting. Edda stood very still, feeling the air calm again. She walked back to her shop, lantern still warm in her hand. The bell above the door chimed like a lullaby. Inside, the room was brighter than usual, though she had lit nothing. Every lantern shimmered softly, alive with quiet memory. She hung her staff by the door and poured the last of her tea. The steam rose, tracing small curls in the air. For a moment, she thought she saw faces in that steam. Old friends, fellow keepers, perhaps even the children she'd guided long ago. They faded like breath on glass, but she smiled anyway. "Good work, my loves," she said to the lanterns. "We've done our part again." She sat by the window and watched the snow drift over the square. The light outside had taken on that gentle, half blue, half gold tone that only happens when the world is between night and dawn. She felt it deep in her chest, that quiet ache of something ending beautifully. She closed her eyes, and for a moment, she wasn't old. She was young again, walking beneath the same lanterns she'd built, her hands unlined, her laughter echoing between the stone walls. She remembered the first night she'd ever kindled a flame that refused to die. She remembered the faces of every traveller she'd helped find their way home. Then she saw something new. Corin, older now, tending their own small lantern, teaching another young soul how to breathe light into glass. The cycle continued, golden and infinite. Her breath slowed. The lanterns dimmed with her rhythm, sinking one final time. The world outside was quiet. The snow, the lamps, the trees, all seemed to hold their breath. And then, the smallest, softest flicker. The lantern in her window brightened once more. It was not an ending. It was the continuation of light. As the last light fades, let your body sink deeper into rest. You are safe. You are warm, and like the lanterns of Hogsmeade, your light never truly goes out. It simply rests until the world needs it again. Breathe softly, in and out. Let the rhythm of your heart match the snow's descent. Let each exhale melt a little of the day away. Remember, even in darkness, there are hands, unseen, kind, ancient, that tend to your flame. You need only breathe, and it will find you. Good night, dear one. May your dreams be lanterns. May they lead you safely home.